Okay. Okay, I think I've sorted it out now. Solved the problem. So seems to work. I hope. Okay, we're sitting here at the apron, stand 41. Estimated time departure is 17:30. I will never make that. I was a bit optimistic, but I have done all the preparations here, the preliminary cockpit check. So I will go ahead and do the before start check. The first the car. Okay. Insert some takeoff figures. We'll be departing from 27 left tonight. B1 162 knots. Station speed 188. B2 09 and time speed 3 knots. I'll set the pitch index 35. It is now. And keep our reheats on for 75 seconds. 1 minute and 15 seconds. Fuel bug 21 tons. Number 4 20.6. P7 bug 40.7 psi. The number 4 40. No, 40. We will be flying the Compton 3 Golf, I believe it is. Log into Navigraph. After departure, we'll fly a runway heading. We will intercept the radial 57 from London UR. And at London 7, DME will make a right turn to heading 270 to fly a QD mic to Woodley of 270. The Woodley is an NDB or an or a NDB. The frequency is 352 kilohertz. And once we pass Woodley, we will intercept radial 102 to Compton, and that will give us an inbound course in Compton of 282. Frequency of Compton 114.35. Initial climb 6,000 feet. Okay, let's have a look at the before start checklist. Windows are closed. Flight control inverters are on. Anti-stall system is on. Radio INS switches both set to radio. Instrument transfer switches is set. I want them. I normally set this deviation switch to number 2 in order to see the London radio on my side. And once I pass, or once I intercept Woodley, I will flick this for the Compton instead. But I will keep it on the London or nav radio 2 now. Hello, Chalk 000. Hello, how are you? QNH and altimeters is set and cross-check. Yep, good. Nav radios set, transponder is set. Parking brake, or brakes rather, is set to park. Nav lights is off, on, sorry. Throttle masters, 1 selection, and I've set it to alternate. Ground hydraulic, I'll turn off ground hydraulic pumps, and the selector is yellow, yellow, and yellow, yellow. Going to the the engineer panel, look at the secondary errors. They are on auto. Fuel heaters are on auto. Going to the DC panel, batteries are on. I have also loaded the correct data card since before. ASI bugs, pitch index, and rehead placard, they are all set. Fuel flow and P7 bugs is set. Clock and TLA bug. Well, I forgot the TLA bug actually. And we should set the TLA here to 50. Wow. Seatbelt signs are on. And that's the before start checklist above the line. So I will go ahead and call for GSX and start our pushback. Stop. Just double checking again that we don't have an ATC. Nope. No ATC, so we'll go ahead and start again. We'll set the engine DBO switches to DBO on the anti-collision. On the main feed pumps.
We are ready for pushback.
Setting the idler switches to high. Turn on the AC gen. Oh, and we got clearance to start the inboard engine. Since we don't have any APU on this aircraft, I need to start the inboard engines first, and then when we're doing the pushback, I will start the outboard engines with the help of the inboard engines. How to do a crossbreed start. Waiting for the N2 to come to 11%. We open up the high pressure valve. Got ignition. GT is rising. Got fuel flow and rotation on the N1.
Pull up.
Starting number 2 now.
Pull up.
Waiting for it to reach 11%. Open up the high pressure valve. Ignition. T rising. Fuel flow rising.
Locking gear.
And the inboard engine started. I will now open up the cross bleeds, engine bleed, and turn on the hydraulic pump. And we'll wait for the ground crew. They just release the
Departure check completed. Pipe has been inserted. Release parking brakes. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start that wheel.
and we will do a cross stop. All 4 engines started now. Turning on the remainder of heat pumps. Open up the conditioner valve. Let the cross bleed shut. Emergency generator on bypass. I will test the doors again. Will energize the flight controls.
Set parking brakes.
Off the start checklist. Flight control. AFCS and trim. Those are checked. Stabilizer and heel. Okay. Engine anti-ice. Engine schedule. We do not need any engine anti-ice for now. And
Unlocking gear.
back to go. We have checked the doors. Engine feed pump are on.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass
Hydraulic.
being removed.
Checked. Electric. We have set the emergency generator to bypass. Ground equipment is soon clear. And the off the start checklist is complete. Yes, I am a member. Yeah, that's correct. I am a member of the Swedish FIR.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Sorry. Okay, now the nose and visor down to 5 degrees. We'll set the elevon angle to minus 2.5. Actually, we could try to do the taxi flows as you should do while taxiing and see how it goes. Let's go ahead and start taxiing just a bit slowly. See how it goes. So my goal or aim is 53.5 central gravity for takeoff. Any idea how long the waiting time is for new ATC trainees in Sweden? No idea actually. I do train students, but I'm not very involved in the training queue. I try to stay out of it as much as possible because there are people doing it better than I do. So I just train students. I don't get very much involved in the training queue and stuff like that. Anyhow, I would believe, actually I think we don't accept any more applications for now due to the excess demand. So at the time being, I would say the waiting list is quite long, and the waiting time is also, of course, very long. Okay, since in real life they are doing works here on to the right here on taxiway Sierra. So I will cross the runway here, then I will make a right turn to join 27 left here full length. Epicness 102 controllers in VATSIM Scandinavia need to speak Swedish, Norwegian, Finnish, or Danish. No. Well, I guess it's quite useful if you know some Swedish VFR phrases, for example, if you're controlling Sweden. But it's not a requirement, I believe, because we do have a couple of guys controlling which isn't natives in that sense. They don't speak the native tongue. So I would say it's possible to control without knowing either of the languages. Yeah, let's do the taxi checklist. Visor and nose is down to 5 degrees. Brakes, yeah, they are checked now. Flight instrument, checked. No flags, we can check the flight controls, of course. I guess that's what we do. I think we will make a right turn here on Alpha. Trims is set to minus 2.5. We have a center of gravity of 53.5, which is good. Engine rating mode is on takeoff. We have the auto ignition on, the auto throttle on. We all of the different heaters on as well. Engine control schedule checked. We have flyover, secondary air doors, auto, fuel heat auto, engine recirculation valves shut. The engine for takeoff and one emitter is set to 88%. Air conditioning set to 6,000 feet. That should be enough for the cabin overview. We have turned on all the DR pumps on the fuel panel, all the inlets looking good, the center of gravity again looking good, and all the different pumps for feeding the main feed tanks here, they are on as they should be. So everything looks good. I will okay, I'm a bit confused with the taxiway. Yeah, I should make a right turn here, otherwise I end up in the front. Yeah, taxi check is notified by the cab. Just settle down here for a little while. Right. Sure. Quick look again. No one's coming in for landing, please. Yeah, someone's parked on the other opposite runway. Yeah, I'll go ahead and depart now. Hello, hello Martinez. Hello. Welcome to this flight to Kennedy. Okay, someone's writing on. Traffic calling for report runway clear. Okay. Yeah. Okay, takeoff check. Briefing takeoff data. I guess it's updated. Cabin crew call. Cabin is notified. Landing lights, they are on. As required. Transponder is on. Wheel lights are off. Ask the warning. Recall. Why do we have an INS warning? That's good. Shouldn't have that. Good. Takeoff monitor, arm. The reheat are on, or arm. Brake fans off. Pitch index 30.5. No weather radar, and before takeoff check. Okay, let's go. Just have a quick look on the guy here, see what way he's turning. Yeah, that was a pretty shitty line up there. No one on approach. But yes, you joined at the very right time, I'd say. Very good time. Ah, what the hell? Let's do a bit of fun here. Okay, 3, 2, 1, now. There we go, some rehits.
Airspeed building. Power safe. V1. Rotate.
Okay.
V2. Positive climb.
Gear up.
knots. Three, two, one, noise.
Read up. Want to capture radio 257. Missed it a bit. E7, we'll make a right turn. To the mic 70 to Woodley. Well, we give it a try please. Increase thrust. Track 270.
Altitude alert, 1000 to go.
Just continue to weight 0 right away. Raise the nose and visor now. Let's do the after takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist, landing gear up and lights off. Master warning recall. ADS and standby heaters on. Engine flight braking takeoff. Pressurization. Cabin is climbing. Very good. I better go into INS navigation. Otherwise I'm up somewhere else. Nose and visor up and locked, and the after takeoff checklist is complete. We are now passing flight for 100, so I'll go into pitch hold and pitch down. Accelerate. EME update right way on Compton. Will be a bit calm now on the flight until we reach Mach 7. That time we will start to do some more items. But for now we just accelerate it to our EMO, which is around 395 knots or so. Nav radio 2, I will tune in 4 VR. 1146. Okay, you can now see on the Mac meter here we're shortly reaching Mach 7. That's the time when we will open up the fuel panel again and we'll start to move fuel off. We will first start off with moving fuel from tanks 9 and 10 to fill tank 11 to 10,500 kilograms. After that we will start to continue to fill fuel from 9 and 10 into tanks 5 and 7. We will also set the engine control schedule back to normal. We can turn off the passenger seatbelt sign. Double check again that we don't have any brake fans. Good. And taxi terminal. Good. Since this leg will involve a subsonic step, I need to stop the fuel transfer at around 55%. So now the cool thing that you will notice here on this flight, I believe, I don't think it's part of the, is that we're flying backward in time. So the sun will actually rise in the simulator, and as it did in real life, it will rise in the west instead of east. You will notice that further down the route that the sun will start to rise again for the second time for this Concorde. I got a message. Someone just cut me up on 27 left. Feckin' idiots. That was me. Let's see who it is. Don't recognize the name. Okay. 55% now. Well, let's stop the fuel transfer for now. Mach 9 or 5. Go into Mach hold now on the throttle and revert into vertical speed on the autopilot instead.
Altitude alert, 1000 to go.
Estimated flight time today is 3 hours and 36 minutes. So we should be arriving in 3 hours and 15 minutes now. So 2, 3, 21:30 soon maybe. Somewhere there in that time frame. The reason why I selected data selector node to position is that I want to know where I should accelerate to supersonic. Normally, back in the days, they accelerated at the waypoint called upgas, but that waypoint doesn't exist anymore. But what I do know is that it was a beam of west 3 degrees and 50 minutes. So at that time, when we reach 3 degrees and 50 minutes, I will start my acceleration, because then I know I'm clear of the landfall. We're now flying waypoint 67, so it's time for me to load the second data card in into the INS system. Okay, we are basically getting to 3 degrees and 50 minutes west. I will set the altitude window to 60,000 feet. We'll disconnect the throttle. I will go into pitch hold. Start pitch up to around 10 degrees. I will hit F4 on my keyboard, which will give me full drive power, and I will press Control F4 to light the reheat in pair. Hello again, Dave NG3. Welcome back. And I need to start to move fuel forward. Aft again. The plan now is, as always, to keep BMO throughout the acceleration here. Zoom in so you better see what I'm doing. Quick look outside, see the reheat are on. You can see the max meter just below the speed of sound. Should be a bit of a flickering on the instrument here. Oh, that's the shock wave that goes through the aircraft. Or not through the aircraft, but sweeping on the aircraft with the tail plane. So we're supersonic now. Going to max time on 45. Since we're supersonic, don't need any press static heaters. Turn those off. I will also turn off the windshield. We departed with a center of gravity of 53.5%. We have already now gotten to 55.4. The target for our supersonic cruise will be, or cruise time rather, will be 59%. That will take us a fair amount, good amount of time. We will need to empty tank 9, which have 5.5 tons of fuel, and tank 10 have 12 tons of fuel. And by the end we have empty tank 10, we should be in the whereabouts of 59% on the center of gravity. But not yet. At the same time I started the reheats, I also turned on my timer on my sighted Joe. Because I'm not allowed to have the reheats on for more than 15 minutes. But normally it's never a problem. I guess it will. I think we will need to have the reheat on for maybe 8 or 9 minutes, maximum 10 minutes. And I need to have the reheat on as long as I'm below Mach 1.7. As we reach Mach 1.7, the drag have decreased quite a bit, so I don't need the reheats anymore to accelerate, so I can turn off the reheat. And that will of course reduce the fuel flow significantly. We're now burning 30 tons per fuel per engine per hour, quite a lot. Since departure we have burned almost 4,000 kilograms per engine, so 60,000. Why did they settle for initial flight level 280? I would have thought higher for less fuel burn before the reheat time. Yeah, I'm not sure why they settled at flight level 280. One reason could be that they are not RVSM approved. The other reason could be that they are cruising at Mach 9 or 5 and they are flying with turbojets. Could be one of the reasons, I'm not sure. But that's the normal supersonic leg on departure. You have to remember, when we depart we are very heavy. We have 92 tons of fuel. which will give us a takeoff weight of around, let me look at the operational flight plan here. See. We have a takeoff weight of 108 tons, so we're quite heavy. But yeah, normally, well, in the beginning they actually started to like flight level 260. But then they, in the end, they raised to flight level 280, at least on this Heathrow Kennedy route. We might get the center of gravity warning here. I was a bit late. Because we're just after the forward limit. There we go. Center of gravity warning. Not a problem really. Just a reminder that we're very close to the limit. Of the forward limit. Quite a beautiful. Can someone tell me why the hell Repair 3D resets the view like every tenth of a second in spot view? It doesn't do that at any other view, but you see in spot view it does that. And it becomes very apparent in when it comes to doing Mach 2 for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I was a bit. I should have started the fuel transfer a bit earlier. But it will catch up. Won't be any problem. Yeah, I mean it's a relevant question and a really interesting question, and I can't answer it properly because I don't know, to be honest. In the tutorial and on different sources where you can read about Concorde, they always talk about like flight level 280 or so in the if you have a subsonic departure leg. On the other hand, if you're coming into Heathrow, you normally settle at around 350, 330 or so. So I guess it has something to do with the weights as well. Okay, now the center of gravity won't appear. Good. Okay, you now saw that the DME readout appeared for 4. So what I will do, I will search up the coordinates for 4. VR. So 114.6, I will pull out the -2 here. Right click numpad 7 and 9. Insert the coordinate. Northerly 5.1 degree. 50.4 minutes. And westerly 8 degrees and 29.7 minutes. That give us there we go, an RLAN light. That means that we are DME updating the accuracy of the INS with the help of fork DME. Yeah, that could be another reason that they can't go any higher because of because they are so close to speed of sound. So yeah, we'll see. Oh, a bit of a shame that we didn't have any ATC on. Hey, I do too much of talking because now we got to Mach 1.8. So it's I should have turned off the reheat a long time ago. At Mach 1.7. But hey ho, not the end of the world. We didn't exceed 15 minutes anyhow. So we turned off the reheat now at Mach 1.7, even though it's Mach 1.85 already. I will prime one of the autothrottles. Go to the fuel panel again, turn off all the DR pumps. I will check that out. Yeah, reheats off, AFCS set. Good. She is a mystery, but fun trying to understand. Yeah, I agree. It's I mean, of course it's an iconic aircraft, as most of you agree. But the second thing is, we're so lucky to have the FS Labs model, because it really is a brilliant add-on. And when you start learning it, well, at least when I did, I started off with a tutorial and I sat in the cockpit for a couple of hours, just finding all the different switches and stuff like that. Then when I did my first flight, I had the virtual flight engineer enabled. That will take care of like the engine rating stuff and fuel management, the cabin pressurization and stuff like that. And I flew with a virtual flight engineer enabled for like 3-4 years. But then I took the courage and I fired good old virtual flight engineer. So now I'm doing all the fuel management by myself and the cabin pressurization, the engine rating and engine management and stuff like that. And that just gives another dimension of flying this bird, because you are occupied flicking switches and moving fuel back and forth throughout the flight. So you're really busy. You really need to stay ahead of the game. You always need to think one step ahead. Otherwise you'll be left behind by this bird. But that's part of the fun. And also it's a very nice feel of achievement when you're crossing the pond in like 3.5 hours. So that's one of the flying. And to be honest, this, in my opinion, it's much more fun to fly this bird than, let's say, the 777. Of course, you could take it to the extreme and do everything properly with the 777. Then I guess it adds to the experience. But I haven't been that interested in the 777 because I had the Concorde before the 777. So I was deeply fond of the Concorde. So I tend to fly them because that's the most fun part. Took me ages to understand on descent slow first, then it took me ages to understand on descent. Slow down first, then descent, but then had problems finding the distance. Yeah, that's a bit of a one of the no, it really is a hit or miss with the descent. But if you're using a Concorde performance system and you know the en route wind or the winds throughout the descent, you have a headwind or a tailwind or whatever, and you know at rough estimate at which waypoint you should be at a specific level, then it's just a matter of inserting the values that you have and calculate, and then you know exactly when to descend. And then you just stick to 350 knots or 380 knots, whatever you choose to descend, and keep that speed throughout the supersonic descent. Once you get to Mach 1 and going to subsonic again, what you can do is you can turn on the auto throttles, set the speed like 350 knots, and then do in vertical speed. And then what I do anyhow, I use VATSIM commander to help me get the like a picture of where I'm on the descent, if I'm above the profile or below, do I need to increase the vertical speed or decrease, things like that. And I also always have a calculator on my desktop here, so I can, with the help of the INS and the vertical speed tape and the selected level, you know, in order to calculate what the vertical speed is required to be at a certain weight and level. So you need to think a lot when flying this bird. But again, that's a bit of what makes it so fun to fly and rewarding once you reach the destination. Okay, we have empty tanks 9 and 10 now. For again, I will start to transfer fuel from the wingtip tanks. And I've been telling this a lot of times, but I guess I'll say it again. We want to keep our center of gravity 59%, but at the same time we want to empty the wingtip tank located in the aft of the aircraft, in the wingtips, as the name suggests. And that when we are emptying these tanks, the center of gravity will actually start to move forward again, but we don't want to do that. So therefore we want to move the tank 1 and 4 trim switch here to aft trim. That will make the quantity in tank 1 and tank 4, which are located in the front of the aircraft or the delta wing, to decrease. And it will decrease to around 2 tons of fuel per tank. And that will counteract the fact that we are emptying around 2 tons of fuel in tank 5 and 7A. And that should keep the center of gravity stable. I got off a stab screen right from the start, but nothing the add-on calculator is not available. At least I was aware. Yeah, the Concorde performance system was, I think, was released like, not sure when it was released. Maybe 4, 5 years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's a brilliant piece of kit. Let me show you. I'll go to CPS here. I'll open up the descent calculator. I'm not sure if you can see this, but if you can, no, you can't see it. What happened if I like this? Here it is. So here I can set the cruise flight level, and that's you need to do a bit of a qualified guess here, because you actually don't know at what exact flight level you will be at the time of the descent. So yeah, you need to give it a qualified guess. Let's say 580, and then you have a cruise temp. And what I do when I'm looking for the cruise temp, I just look on the static air temperature gauge on the pedestal. Say it's -65. I look on PFPX for the average wind component. I don't have the actual average wind component, but I look on the chart and make again a qualified guess. Let's say a headwind of minus 50 knots. My target waypoint today will of course be Owens, and I will calculate to be at Owens at 14,000 feet. That's normally what you get from the HC, and then you choose the 350 knots. That's the British Airways descent speed. I think Air France did 380 knots, not sure, but the speed described in the tutorial anyhow was 350 knots, and that's what I'm doing. Flight mode is always, or often, most often, supersonic. And then you just press compute descent, and that gives you that you should start your descent or deceleration first of all 114 nautical miles before lead. And if I open up my operational flight plan here with all the figures, I can look here on the data cards here. I think they call it the flight log. So I'm looking up Lind. Lind is here, waypoint 1. But I need to subtract 114 miles minus 56, and that will give me like 60 miles before Kenda. That's normally what you get. So that's how I do it, and it works like a charm. Most of the time. Yeah, it's a brilliant tool. I mean, the guy that did the Concorde performance system should have like the Nobel Peace Prize or something, or Nobel Prize in science or something. Real genius. But I believe that the developer of that program actually worked with Concorde. I'm not sure if it was a flight engineer or if it was a pilot, not 100% sure, but he was involved, without a doubt, involved in the Concorde project and the operation. We are still within the Shannon airspace. We're still in domestic airspace. Once we pass the 15 west, we're entering oceanic airspace. But no ATC. No ATC whatsoever. But hey ho. I should have a position for apart from moving fuel forward and off in order to maintain a certain or specific center of gravity, the other important task dealing with the fuel panel is to have the fuel balanced between the left hand and the right hand side. If you have the fuel balanced within 1 ton, maybe 2, it should be sufficient. But if you start to drift away like 3 or 4 tons difference between the left and the right hand side, you will notice on the flight control indicator display here, or whatever it's called, check out the official name, you will actually see a deflection down here on the elevator. So let's say the left hand side is very heavy compared to the right hand side. You will effectively see a deflection with a degree or 2 on the left hand elevator. And that of course will increase the drag. So that's not very good. We want to keep the center of gravity at 59% and centered, or sorry, equal between the left and the right hand side. The right hand side, because otherwise you will burn too much fuel and you will cause drag, of course. So we want to keep the deflection of the elevons in supersonic speed at minimum, at a absolute minimum. So that's the other important task to do on the fuel panel. We need to keep it stable, left, right, or pad. Maybe we'll turn on some lights in the cockpit. Sorry. No. Quite cold. Maybe some. Ah. That's good. Foster 5 plus 5, 10. We have now reached Mach 2 and we're shortly at flight level 500. So what I will do now, I will set the engine and flight rate to cruise. And that's the transonic thing complete. Another question, if you don't mind, not at all, fire question way. What does Navigraph IRAC update within? What does Navigraph IRAC update? Good question. I believe one of the things. No, the route is created by like a. Well, I don't. Could it be the part when it comes to routing alternates and maybe. That's actually a very good question. Hello, John. Hello, John. Good evening. Good evening. Exclamation mark commands. I don't think I have anything like that, but I do have 2 commands, and that aircraft, that you already know that, and route. I'm not very good at screaming. I'm not a pro. I'm just a novice. But those are the commands. Maybe I should add a exclamation mark command in the for the go. Command, create, text, set. Okay. Now try command scan. Oh, quite good. Is that how it should look like? That's a bit weird when you wrote in caps, so I thought you were angry. Yeah, I tend to update CPS with an Avgraph subscription, but as you said, I'm not sure what it really does, but I believe it has something to do with the route and the different runways and stuff like that. Sort of. I'm getting a bit worried that we won't be actually be able to see the sun go up again, because we departed quite late, and it's late in the season as well, or in the year, October. No, it's November. I'm not sure if we will be able to see the sun go up again. Yeah, another mystery. Sorry. So we have shortly emptied the wing tip tank. And you can see the tank quantity in tank 1 and 4 have decreased quite a bit. It will end up at 2 tons. Yeah, supermoon. Yeah, it should be a supermoon today. Apparently it is the moon is that it's closest to the Earth in like for like was it like 100 years or something? I don't know. John, while you are here, where do I turn on the light for the engineer panel? Is it possible at all? Because it's quite dark on the engineer panel, but it looks good on the other panels, but I can't seem to find any light for the engineer panel. Let me hide this chair. Maybe it's down here. Maybe the engineer doesn't have light there. Sounds strange. But I can't find a knob for turning on lights for the 2-old lighting. No. Yeah, I do have spotlights installed. I believe I have spotlights. Yep, that's slab spotlight. Yep. But I haven't paid for it. It was the spotlights that came with Concorde. I can only get floodlights there to work. I can't see anything here either. I have the console light. All that. But I can't seem to get any light here. We won't see the next one though. Okay. Yeah, I can't see the moon tonight because the weather have been absolutely horrendous. It's been raining all day. This weekend and the last week, it's been beautiful winter weather, like minus 10 degrees Celsius, snowing a bit at least, and it was beginning to be a bit lighter thanks to the snow, and then it was a change in the weather on Sunday afternoon or early afternoon anyhow to above freezing again, and raining. It really sucks. Oh well. this. I can't get the lights to work. I'm probably doing something wrong. Let's go to that spotlight. Nope. Yeah, cloudy and rain. Yeah. It's not very pleasant at the time being. Okay, I will go through all the... I mean, I've been flying this bird quite a few times, but I can't find the lights for the engineer panel or engineer station. Couldn't be anything on that. Nothing there either. Martin, check page 188 in manual for FE light. Okay, thanks. I'll have. You mean the FS Labs documentation? Oops. I will have a look. Page 188. I will have a look. Thank you very much. Okay, that was strange. Can't find the documentation. Maybe they aren't under within the prepare folder. Maybe they are like in my documents. Where have they gone? But to look in my iPad, I think I got the documentation. Concorde-x flying manual. Okay, yeah. Page 1. Lighting. External lighting. Note, adjustment to the flight deck lighting momentarily impacts simulator frame rate. Okay, that's all. Light select. First off to 9. Aha! I found it. Thanks, John. Found it. I found it. So it should be on. No, no, that was correct. B. Where the hell is those? Panel 3. Yeah, I have the info here, but I can't find it. I'm just blindfolded here. That's why I can't see them. But I believe they are somewhere. Should they be down here? No, it didn't show like. Ah, here it is. Well, they are on high. And if you cannot find the info there, then use offline. Then open their user interface via Windows Program menu, flight labs, and click on the tab switch them on. Okay, I will give that a try. Lab. No, I wasn't on the right. I was just on the test panel. Okay, left-hand chart. Well, I'm in the struggling to watching. Yeah. Dome. Pedestal. Right-hand chart. Okay, we've emptied the wingtips. I will turn off the pumps, shut the trim pipe drain, turn off or shut the transfer pipe. There we go. Looking good. We should definitely be in the Atlantic now. Yeah, westerly 23. We are actually almost in Canada. In 7 degrees, which should be equal to 7 times 60 nautical miles, I believe. Engineer right. Is it this one? Aha! But I can't use it. Can't use it, can't find it. There is the there's the lighting control for the engineer panel. But I can't open it. Let's try to open it via the menu instead. View. Aircraft, no. Panel. Awesome. We're pretty much spot on 59%. Looks good. Hello. I can't open that thing. Yeah, I mean it could be a limitation in this on this bird, but the thing is, in the FS Labs manual, it says actually on these knobs here down here. For example, the spot one says illuminates the engineer's table. Then you have this one, illuminates the engineer's panels. But I can't open them. That's the tricky part. And I can't move them. Really strange. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be doing that. No. I don't. 1,000 working switches, 4 not working. Oh, a link. I'll have a look, John. Lighting in prepare. I can't see. Oh, oh, table lamp. Oh, yeah, excellent. Ah, look at that. Mm. But it's still dark here. I would like to have these guys illuminated as well, not just this panel. But maybe that's not possible. Excellent. Okay. Good line. Left hand side as well. And then look, it reflects on, I believe it reflects on the window here as well. Yeah, it does. That was pretty cool. The chart light reflects on the windshield here. Oh, that was impressive. I haven't really used FS spotlight for some reason. Huh. Pretty cool. Oh, thanks, John. Yeah, it would be nice if you could actually get the lightings to work at, illuminate the 2D panel. That would be cool. Like you can do, let's say, on this one. Sort of. No, not that. Which one is it? Yeah, as you can do here. That would be cool. You could actually, on the engineer panel, also put it light. Hello, Graham. Welcome back. We just served some champagne and a nice fillet steak. You just missed that. But I will see you there. I will ask the flight attendants if there's any steaks left. Otherwise, we have some champagne in the back if you're interested. Let's see if we can go and talk. Oh, it's quite dark here. One note though, I forgot to, prior departure, I forgot to set up the information display, so the distance to go isn't correct. You can open the flight deck here. Hello. You can also turn the knobs here. That's pretty cool. I don't think I want to click any switches. That would end up in a disaster. Oops. Better close this. Oh no. There we go. Yeah, Graham, I know you've flown on this bird. You are one lucky bastard. And you even sat in... Did you sit in the jump seat as well? I think you sat in the jump seat as well, didn't you, Graham? Like in this seat. Something like this. There we go. I could live with sitting in the jump seat, to be honest. I could live with that. Yeah, incredible. Did you fly supersonic as well? Or was it just the subsonic leg? Or just the subsonic leg? I would be happy with the subsonic leg as well in Concorde, that's for sure. I will turn off some of the lighting here. Oh. Look at that. Doesn't it look beautiful? Okay. It's time for me to turn on the pumps tank 6 and 8 now. And actually what I need to do... Subsonic, well, that's good enough. That's good enough. But of course, doing the supersonic leg as well, that would be awesome. So let's do a bit of calculation here so we can see that we are have a balance on fuel. So 2,500 plus 11,480. And then we have on the right hand side 1,800 kilograms plus 12,800. On the left hand side we have 13,980 kilograms. On the right hand side 14,600 kilograms. Sounds pretty good to me. Just zoom in and look on the flight control indicators here. They look pretty level to me, or streamlined. So I will leave it as it is. You. Back in a bit. Hello. Hello. We'll dim the light just a bit. Sky is maybe getting just a bit lighter. Welcome back. I will try to stay ahead of the game, so I will tune in St. John's. Set the frequency here, 113.5. I will also set the coordinates for that viewer as well, so I can DME update once I get St. John's, the DME readout down there. So the coordinates is northerly 47291, westerly 52511, and I will leave it there like that. And I will do the same with Halifax, which has a frequency of 115.1. I'm not DME updating now, but I just want to stay ahead of the game. So I'll right click numpad 7 and 9, insert, northerly, 44 degrees and 55.4 minutes, insert, and westerly, 63 degrees and 24.1 minutes. There we go. Just to stay ahead of the game. Tanks 5 and 7 is almost empty now. And we are pretty spot on, 59% central gravity. Can't be any better. Welcome back, Dave. Yeah, you can start to see the sun. Look at that. Well, that didn't look very beautiful, but yeah, we'll probably see the sun again, flying back in time. We are currently flying from 5030 north westerly 30 to 40 west. And I'm flying on NATRAC Sierra Mike, which was the Concorde tracks, the westbound Concorde track Sierra Mike. Then you had track Sierra November, which was used for eastbound flights across the pond. And then you have Sierra Oscar and Sierra Papa. Sierra Oscar, I think, was used for the Barbados flights. No, or was it? No, I think NATRAC Sierra Papa was used for Barbados flight. Let me have a look on the old flight plans here to see. Let's go to Barbados. No, NATRAC Sierra Papa was used for Heathrow Barbados flight. The NATRAC Sierra Oscar was used as an alternative track for the Sierra November and Sierra Mike. Correct me if I'm wrong, John. I think it was like that. Not sure. Turn off the pumps for 7 now. I've emptied that tank. We are in Gander Oceanic airspace now. With INSs soon available to DME update, are the INSs still in triple mix? I'm a bit unsure what that means, to be honest. But Um, hmm, good question. Triple mix. I recognize the word triple mix. I need to look on the manuals here. Sierra Papa is an odd one. Standard routing through Shanwick and Santa Maria, but the flights to Barbados will follow a random route off possibly. Yeah, I'm looking at on the flight plan now on the concorde-FPL.co.uk website, and yeah, as you say, it shows as a random route once you get to 27 north, 47 west, and then it's a random route all the way to Barbados, of course. Yeah, not sure what Sierra Oscar is, because that exists as well. Let me have a look. Sierra Papa waypoints may be reported as Sierra Papa 1. Yeah, that's normally, I'm not sure, well, I guess that's how you should do it. I normally, when I'm talking with Shanwick, I always say overhead Sierra Mike 15 west time, blah blah blah, estimating Sierra Mike 20 west, etc. And Sierra November on their way back. I will open up the documentation for the SIVA INS and have a read about it, because it was an interesting question. Just need to find it first of all. Tank 5 is empty as well, turning off the pumps. Center of gravity is now 59.1. I will leave it at 59.1 for now. I will move a bit of fuel forward short time. It's where the INS have their own position, but calculated a single fix for all three units. Okay, in that sense, I believe they are coupled. If I use the DME updating on, let's say, nav radio 1, it will not only reduce or increase the accuracy of this one, but also the other two. But of course, the most efficient way of updating the INS is to use both nav radio 1 and 2. Another thing when flying the tracks, the acceleration and descent request should not be made in oceanic rift. There should be plenty of distance in advance to do so with domestic FD. Yeah, that's correct, yeah. I think normally you end up like 60 or 70 miles, 80 miles, depending on the winds, really, before the waypoint Kenda. And by that time you are well in domestic airs. From what I gather, Mark, Sierra Oscar is an overflow and Sierra Papa is the destination for Barbados. Okay. But on what occasion would you have used Sierra Oscar then? I mean, on what destination? Or is it just used as a backup if the other tracks are already full with other concourse? Yeah, we can sure see the sun now. Pretty good. And the moon behind us. Good. I am guessing it's a backup. I also find beyond 60 west routings. Beyond 60 west routings will be provided by ATC flight of 500 groups on specific to the arrows. Unicom flyer ETA. I guess you mean estimated time of arrival. We've been in the air for 1 hour and 40 minutes. Estimated flight time today should be 3 hours and 36 minutes. So I believe we'll be landing in around 2 hours then. And that should equal 21:30 Zulu, give or take a few minutes. So within 2 hours. We're still in the middle of nowhere. Let's have a look at the weather at Kennedy. Winds 210 degrees 9 knots. 10 30 miles. Clouds, nothing to affect us. 21.4. Altimeter 3003. So I guess a 2-2 left landing. Let's have a look at flight radar and see what they are up to. John Kennedy. Guess what runways they are using. Excellent. They are landing on the 1-3, so we will do a VUR for 1-3 left. That's a very exciting approach, especially in Concorde. That's like a Kai-Tak approach, the Canarsie approach. Excellent. Beautiful. 1-3 left it is. Well, that's the runways they are landing on at the time being. Fingers crossed that the simulator will be able to run for the remainder of the flight, hopefully. Once we reach 4 tons of fuel in tanks 6 and 8, I will move tanks 1 and 4 trim switch back to normal, and that means that tanks 1 and 4 will start to fill up again to the normal values of around 4 tons. Back shortly. I'm back. What's wrong? No, Mr. Bloody. Hang on. Tig75. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Oh, I believe Mr. Dave have landed in Kennedy. Thank you for the host. Thank you very much. Wriggles raid, okay. Thank you, thank you. Jazzine Q is now followed. Thank you very much. Welcome to this supersonic service. To John F. Kennedy. Captain Joseph HD is now followed. Excellent, thank you. Ron 4 is now. Jesus Christ. Take it easy, boys. Yeah, so I'm doing again Ben LFC 2002 UK. Thank you. Yeah, welcome to a proper British Airways service across the pond, not those baby buses from City and Channel. Cloudy Jojo is now following. Thank you. Hello, mate. Enjoy ferrying passengers a little quicker than I. Yeah, a bit quicker. Yeah, I believe. I will repay myself with much pointy pens of playing you. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, so yeah, we're doing this little supersonic service to John F. Kennedy. We departed in complete darkness out of Heathrow, but since we're flying quicker than the Earth rotates, we are actually flying back in time. So the sun is rising to the west, opposed to the normal east direction. So, a bit different. So the sun is now rising. It should be maybe dusk when we land. Not sure. Like Simandy. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I think I will move a bit of fuel forward because we have a central gravity of 59.2, so I'll start the pumps at 5 and 7 to get the central gravity back to 59%. I looked on Flight Radar, by the way, before you guys turned up. We will be doing the VUR-13 left approach into Kennedy today, which is quite an exciting approach. It's a bit different, not the normal ILS approaches. A bit more action involved. Typhoon 99 is following. Thank you very much, and welcome aboard the supersonic service. So, tweaked my central gravity just a bit back to 59%. So I moved some of the fuel from tank 11 forward into tank 5 and 7. So therefore I needed to start the pumps again for 5 and 7. have any AT online? Completely dead. Completely dead at New York. What a shame. Well. It is what it is. Maybe we could have an outside view again with a flyby. It's a pretty cool view. No virtual flight engineer. Hashtag hardcore. Well, it's a bit intimidating in the beginning, but once you're used to it, it's fine. We missed this pool now. Thomas NL is now following. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard this supersonic service to Kennedy. If you have some question, I mean, I'm no expert on this aircraft. I have not flown this in real life. I have no real life experience or whatever. I'm not an instructor in Concorde, but I know some things on this aircraft. So if you have any question, I can try to answer them. But don't take the answer as the truth, because I could be wrong. But maybe I can give you a hint on what the answer could be. Maybe, kind of, sort of. If you have any question, that is. The main feature of this aircraft that makes the aircraft capable of flying at supersonic speed is the intake doors, really, and the intake system. Let me show it to you. I guess some of you are familiar with it, but oops, major lag. When we departed earlier at Heathrow, these intake ramps were actually fully up. But then when we accelerated, and once reaching Mach 1.3, JLAM6307 is now following. Thank you very much for the follow, and welcome on board this Concorde Flight 2 from Heathrow to Kennedy. Yeah, I was going to say that once reaching Mach 1.3, the intake doors will actually start to move down, because we can't have supersonic airflow going into the engine. That won't work. The turbojet or the jet engine will only work when there is a subsonic airflow going into the engine. And that's the job of the intake doors, to create a shock wave in order to slow down the airflow to subsonic speed. And the quicker we go, the more the intake doors have to move down. And we have a nice indication of the intake doors. If we go to the engineer panel here, we go to the air intake. Here you can see the position of the ramp intake doors. They are now in a 43.3% position, which is the position they will have now once we reached Mach 2, basically. That's one of the key features, this bird, or one of the key feature system that make Concorde be able to fly at supersonic speed. Then of course the engines itself and the shape of the delta wing and the airframe and stuff like that. But I would say one of the major features is the intakes and the different ramps and spill doors. shadeds12 underscore YT follow. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome aboard this supersonic flight or service to Kennedy. Maybe we could try to change the view a bit. Isn't this a beautiful view? There's a couple of pictures out there showing this view. I mean in real life. And yeah, it looks beautiful. You can see the sun have actually now gone above the horizon. So the sun is rising to the west instead of east. And that's because we're traveling faster than the Earth rotates. We still have around, I wonder what I said. I think it was, we have been in the air for almost 2 hours, so we have 1.5 hour, maybe 1 hour 40 minutes left to go. But we should be able shortly to see the coast of Canada, and we should be able to start updating the INS again with St. John's VR and later on Halifax VR later on. No way to see at the moment. No way to see whatsoever. We could also try a wing view. You can see the curvature of the Earth, hopefully. Alright. Now you can see pretty clearly the curvature of the Earth. This is one of the cool things when flying Concorde, when you're at like flight level 500 plus, is that you actually in the simulator as well see the curvature of the Earth. Hello Thomas NL. Welcome aboard. Yeah, let's go back inside. There we go. Once we reach waypoint 4, or when we are flying from waypoint 4 to 5, it's time to load the third data card. The Earth is flat. Yeah. Yeah, it probably is. Probably is. Let me show you this. I mean, the INS system is really a great system. The only problem with it is that it can only hold a maximum of 9 waypoints. So if you look here on the flight log, this is by the way the flight plan I made with the help of Concorde Performance System. Shows you a bunch of things, which is very useful. Fuel figure, payload, landing, takeoff, all sort of things. And one interesting thing is of course the flight log. So here we have all the different waypoints. We are currently flying from waypoint, well, you can't see it now because it's covered. We're flying from waypoint 3 to 4 at the moment. So we're flying from 49 north. Well, actually the waypoint itself is 4916 north, 040 west. And we're flying to 4703 north and westerly 050. Once we're flying to 4 to 5, waypoint 4 to 5, it's time to load the third data card. Because if we don't do that, the INS system will tell us to go back to like Merli again, which will make a bit of a detour. It will make a 180-degree turn. Quite a wide 180-degree turn in Mach 2, but nonetheless a 180-degree turn. So that's one of the thing that you need to think of, is that the INS is only capable of carrying 9 waypoints at a time in the system. Yeah, so once we're flying waypoint 4 to 5, it's time for me to load this data card. Which is very short. Okay, so we're flying waypoint 4 to 5 now. I will click this spot here and go to EGLL-KJFK 7.3 AWC load. That should load the third data card, preventing us from making a 180-degree turn back to UK. And also, I noticed that we have got hold of St. John's DME, UR DME. So I will update our INS again, because if I rotate the data selector knob to DSRTK/status, you can see here this number shows us how accurate the INS are when navigating. Number 4 is pretty accurate, not very accurate to be honest, and the higher the number, the worse the accuracy. So what I will do now, with the help of St. John's VR, which I've tuned in on Navigator 1, I will update my INS nav accuracy by, first of all, right-clicking 7 and 9. And actually, I did insert the coordinates for St. John's a couple of 100 miles in the past. So what I will do now, I will just hit waypoint change 1, insert, and that should illuminate this RNAV light. There we go. When this one is illuminating, it shows me that the INS is now being updated with the help of St. John's VR. So in a little while you will see that this number have dropped to 3, and then it will drop down to 2, and eventually 1 once we get close to landfall and John F. Kennedy. And that means we have the best accuracy on the INS. But we're quite far out from Kennedy for now. Hello, Shadits 12. I'm learning English. That's good. I'm also trying to learn English. I'm not a native English speaker, but I do my best at least. Where are you from? I'm from Sweden. A nice little country in the north. And since you're learning English, the correct spelling should be, don't take it hard, but that's how you spell it. W-H-E-R-E, not W-E-R-E. That is were. I'm from Spain. Okay, nice. Do you use in-flight reverse? Yeah, well, I try to avoid it because that's the lever of shame. Thai75. What's your first name? Because I recognize your username, and I believe you are a bit involved in SimFest. I wonder what your first name is. IKEA hot dogs. Those bloody hot dogs are horrible. Really terrible. Oh! Hello, Dan. Nice to see that you have chosen to be a passenger of a more supreme aircraft. Not the queen of the skies, but the real queen of the skies, Concorde. Oops. We will shortly start to move trim tank 1 and 4 switch back to norm and start to fill tank 1 and 4 again to its normal value. And that I will do that when I reach 4 tons, roughly 4 tons on tank 6 and 8. Wonder what the local time at Kennedy is right now. Why do you make it harder than it already is? Good question. Well, it's quite rewarding when you're crossing the pond. Mach 2, Heathrow, Kennedy, 3.5 hours, and managing everything yourself. The only thing I'm not doing is the maintenance on the aircraft and the serving in the cabin. That is done by the flight attendants. I'm not doing that. And I'm not sure if I would do the flight attendant service even if Flight Sim Labs had an option that said that, hey, you can be a flight attendant as well. I'm already acting as some 3 persons. Captain, first officer, and the engineer. So the flight attendants as well? Nah, I don't think so. Who knows? It could be a future update. Concorde. Could be. Yeah, I was going to look what current time it is at Kennedy. Let's have a look. Current time. I believe they are like 5 hours, 6 hours ahead of me. Or behind me. Current time, Kennedy. Yeah, it's 3 p.m. there right now, so we will definitely be landing daylight there. That's for sure. Oops, returning. The winds are calm now at Kennedy. I will have a look again at flight radar to see what runway they are using. Yes, they are still landing on 13 left. Excellent, just excellent. It's not very often you're landing on 13 left. At least when you're flying on VATSIM, they tend to use 2 to left instead of 1 3 left, even though they are using 1 3 left in real life. I'm not sure why. I guess it's a bit more trickier approach in some way, but it's also a much more fun approach than the old ILSs and stuff like that. So I will stick with 1 3 left plan. They flew the Canarsie, just saying. Yeah, that's a plan that I have as well. To fly the VOR 13 left. I guess it's not the Canarsie, that's the visual approach 13 left. But it's basically the same. Yeah, so from Cameron, I will fly direct ASALT to intercept Canarsie radial 223. And after that one, I will track 041 and yeah, fly visually to follow the leading lights into 13 left. Enjoy the pencil. I have to go now. Happy landings. Thank you very much, Captain Joseph, and thank you for the follow. See you later. Okay, I need to move some fuel forward again. So, setting this one to forward, I'll need to turn on these pumps. Because I'm moving fuel from tank 11. The indicators here shows that the inlet valves for 5 and 7 is open, so fuel is going into 5 and 7, of course. And I want it to be 59%, which it is now, so trim switch goes back to off, and I will guard the switch again. Hello, XYPOO. I don't have the courage or guts or balls rather to try to pronounce your username. Sypo? XYPOO? I have a little question. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Go ahead. We are. I can't be more balanced than I'm now. That I am now. Or, I mean, showing. If I'm looking on the fuel panel here, we are pretty much balanced when it comes to fuel. So 4,400 kilograms on this side, and 5,100 kilograms. So it differs 600 kilograms, which is basically nothing. I can now turn off these pumps. Because as I said before, we want to be, during the cruise, we want to have a center of gravity of 59%. But we also want to be balanced. We don't want to have any fuel imbalance, because that means we will need to, well, if we, let's say, have a 3 or 4 tons fuel imbalance, that will show on this flight control indicator. You will see a elevon deflection here, and we don't want that. You don't really want to stick out any elevon in a Mach 2 airflow, because that will, of course, even just a degree or 2 of elevon deflection in a Mach 2 airflow will, of course, cause quite a bit of drag, and we don't want that. Can I fly with an intercore i5 6004 and blah 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 and the GTX a PMDG 737 smooth, or should I buy the S? I think someone else on the stream has to answer that, because I don't really know. It's barely that I remember what I have in my computer case. I think I have an i7 4790K, the latest one, and I'm overclocking it. No, I'm not overclocking it. It runs on stock speed 4.3, no 4.2 maybe, and that's sufficient for me anyhow. And I'm running a GTX 970. From what I understand and what people keep repeating is that the most important thing when it comes to flying the simulators is that you should have a good CPU with a high clock speed. But I would like someone else to answer that question that you have, because I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in computers. Okay, we are basically a fuel quantity of 4 tons, 6 and 8. So I'll move tanks 1 and 4 trim switch from off trim to norm. And what will happen now is that fuel from tank 6 is of course going into tank 2, but also into tank 1. And tank 1 will increase its fuel to around 4 tons. Same goes with tank 4. That will make the center of gravity to move forward by maybe 0.5%, like 58.5% in the end, when we have completely empty tanks 6 and 8, and that's perfectly normal, as it should be. And then we don't have much fuel left. We have 32 tons of fuel left. We have burned 15 tons of fuel per engine so far. What's that? That's 60 tons of fuel. The sun is going up. Beautiful. There you can see Canada. So we are indeed getting close. And I will shortly start to plan for my descent. You can see center of gravity has moved forward 0.1%. 58.9 now. When I'm eventually going to slow down, I need to move fuel forward again. The target for landing is to have a center of gravity of around 53%. It can be like 53.5 or 52.5. That's okay. But ideally 53% is the best. So what I will do as like a starter, I will move 1 ton of fuel into tank 9 and then move the rest or the remainder of the fuel in tank 11 into tanks 5 and 7, and that fuel will eventually end up in the engine B tanks. Then when I'm on approach or initial approach, like I don't know, 9,000 feet or so, I will double check my center of gravity as well as my weight, which I can see here. I'm currently weighing 190 tons. And I might need to do some adjustments, like add a couple of 100 kilograms into tank 9 or remove a couple of 100 kilograms in order to have 53% on that. But a qualified guess, I always tend to move around 1 ton of fuel into tank 9. That is normally what you, I mean, if you have a normal payload, normally it's around 1 ton of fuel. Okay, we have lost St. John's now, so I will set this one to Kennedy. And that will be our last VR we will update our INS with. And this is how I do that. What I will do, I will extinguish remote, like that. I will right click 7 and 9, insert the coordinates for Kennedy VR, northerly 40 degrees 38.0 minutes, westerly 73 degrees and 46.3 minutes. Since I don't have Kennedy in sight, of course, I will just leave it as it is now. Just recycle this knob a bit, and then I will click remote again. What the remote button do really is that it will cross feed. If I take the other two display units up, or INSs, if I have all the three remote buttons illuminated, that means that any information I put in this INS will automatically cross-feed into the other INSs. However, when I'm doing the DME updating, I'm only interested in getting the coordinates for Kennedy BAW3 into INS1 in this case. So therefore, I'm always, when inserting coordinates for DME update, I extinguish remote or press remote to just feed that information into that specific INS. But the normal situation or normal operation, you should have the remote switch illuminated. Tank or fuel quantity in tanks 1 and 4 have risen from 2 tons to 3 tons. It will end up at around 3,500 kilograms, 3,700. In this tank a bit more, but we still should be pretty much balanced. Pretty much. So, regarding the approach again, I said that after Cayman I will fly the waypoint ASOL, but I don't have that waypoint in my INS. But I will look on the en route chart to see what coordinates ASOL have in order to fly there. If I remember correctly, you can't really see the coordinates for ASOL on the en route chart. I will have a look, but if I remember correctly, I need to Google the coordinates for that waypoint, because it doesn't show it on the NavGraph chart. North America 4 Hotel Sierra 4. Nope, can't see anything on that chart. Nash rate 98. How long until landing? We're getting closer, of course. We have been in the air for 2 hours and 25 minutes. Flight time should be 3 hours and 36 minutes. So you do the math. Well, 1 hour 10 minutes. So we will, or I will shortly start to plan for my descent, which I thought I'll show you how I do it anyhow. it's not necessarily the correct way of doing things, but it works for me pretty good. Anyhow. But now I'm searching the coordinates for the A-salt waypoint, and I can't find it. Here. Maybe I can find it on the sky vector charts on the internet. I mean, why couldn't they put the coordinates of the A-salt waypoint on the approach plate? Is that too much to ask for? Well, they have a position of it, but it's defined as the distance from Canarsie and a radial from a VR called Sierra Bravo Juliet. Can't see that VR even on my on my chart. I hope. Oh, we now have a readout. We have the whole of the Halifax BAW. So again, I will now use INS number 2 because I have tuned nav radio to it. So extinguish remote. I will set the selector knob to waypoint. I will right click 7 and 9. I have since before already inserted the coordinates for Halifax into this INS, so the only thing I have to do is press waypoint change 1, insert, and RNAV light down here should do. That's the indication we have that the INS is now updated. What is the waypoint name, please? Yeah, the waypoint I'm looking for is A-salt. Like looking on the en route chart, I can see a bunch of waypoints, and they all have coordinates in them. But I can't find the coordinates for A-salt. But I guess what I can do, of course, I'm a bit stupid sometimes. Most of the times I'm pretty stupid, but now I was very stupid. I of course just open up PFPX. Jesus Christ. I just open up PFPX for God's sake. Oh, sometimes you want. I just go to the world map and then zoom into the New York area, press the waypoint, zoom in. There we have it. So I have the coordinates here now. It should be 403. Oh, it's not the correct format. Well, yes it is. I'm just kidding. 403139. 073557. Who followed there? Sebastian 2803. Thank you very much for the follow. And you have a really good timing if you want to see me trying to do the Canards approach for 1-3 left. I'm just in the state of planning my descent here. I'll try to insert the coordinates now for... No, it's not the correct format. What a pain. That in PFPX it showed the coordinates in minutes and seconds. I wanted degrees, minutes and then decimals. But I realized FS Commander had it in decimal. 4031. There we go. I'm looking on my flight log. Last waypoint of interest is Cameron, which is waypoint 3. So after that, waypoint 4, I will insert the coordinates for ASOL, which is insert 40316. That's really 7357. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because, well, that's how I think it was the correct one. Yeah, let's go with that. If it's wrong, I just intercept the radio lane. Maybe now it's a good time to show you how I calculate the descent. Now you should be able to see PFPX. And you will soon be able to see the descent calculator. Oh, it was already there. Okay. My planned flight level at cruise before descent. I'm currently flight level 570. I probably have around 10-15 minutes to go before descent. So I reckon we'll be at flight level let's say 580. And I will have a look at the temperature gauge down here. It shows a static temperature of -66, so I will just pick that number. -166. Then it asks for an average wind component. So I'll use PFPX for that. I will toggle wind and turbulence. I'm only interested in the wind really. Start at flight level 600. I'm coming this way, like this. I will step down, look on the winds. I mean, it's not really much wind to talk about, no jet stream, because I'll start my descent somewhere around here normally. So let's say we have a headwind component, average headwind component, or maybe, let's say 20 knots. Let's say 20 knots. So I use -20. Target waypoint is Owens, and here it says flight level. It will obviously be 14,000 feet. VA descent speed 350 knots throughout the descent. Distance shift, you can use the distance shift if you, let's say we want to be 140 miles before Owens, then I put -10 nautical miles. But now I want to be at Owens, 14,000 feet. Compute descent. I should start my descent 118 miles before Lind. If I now look on my flight log again, 118 miles before Lind, well, you see from Kenda to Lind it's only 56 miles. But if I take 118 minus 56, that equals 62 nautical miles. And that means that I should start my descent 62 miles before waypoint Kenda. So I will note that on my little piece of paper here, 62 miles Kenda. That's waypoint 9. That's the time or point where I want to start my deceleration and descent into. There we go. Now we have our descent point done. Now we just wait. And while I was talking with you guys, the fuel quantity in tanks 6 and 8 went to 0, so I turned off the pumps. You can now see here on the computer here, it says 25,000 kilograms of fuel remaining, or 25,180 kilograms of fuel remaining. Our aircraft weight is 113 tons. We have now lost the Halifax UR now. As you can see on the DME readout, nothing there. The next UR we are waiting for is the Kennedy. And now you will see if we rotate this to status. There you go. You see the nav index have now moved down to 1. And that's you can't get any more precise than that if you have the number 1. See, we are reaching, just to give you guys an update, we can use the INS to calculate how far we are from top of descent. We go waypoint change 8 to 9, it's 225 miles plus 76. that equals 301 miles. If I divide that by my ground speed, which is 1,150 knots, that gives me decimal 2699551. If I take that times 60, that gives me... Oh, that's when I reach Kenda. That's wrong. I should be doing like this. 225 plus 16. 14. 239 miles till descent divided by my ground speed times 60. So top of descent in 12-13 minutes. So we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh, I saw your comment a bit late. J. Lisa 69. At least this plane was fuel efficient. I guess she was a bit of a thirsty lady. In fact, subsonic speed, slow speed like 250 knots, at a low altitude, she was quite a heavy drinker. If it was alcohol Concorde consumed, or that she consumed, she'll probably be considered to be an alcoholic or alcohol addict. So yes, she's quite a thirsty lady. But on the other hand, if you have the money to pay for a ticket, you will get across the pond in 3.5 hours. You can depart in the morning from UK, go to an important meeting in US, in New York, Manhattan, and you can still be home in UK the very same day in the early evening and go to bed in the same bed as you left in the morning. I mean, in that sense, it's quite worth it. I mean, you can do quite interesting things. Okay, let's have a look again at VATSIM to see if we have any ATC. Nothing. Completely dead. Oh well. We are now flying toward waypoint Kenda, and you can see that we have 230 track miles to Kenda, and we wanted to start our descent 62 miles before Kenda. So I will keep a close eye on the INS for the next few minutes. But before that, I need to do a visit to the toilet. Back in a bit. Position report, okay. 2 plus 1, 3. Thank God the questions on the BAV POS rep is quite easy. Imagine like a third degree equation or some algebra or something. That would be terrible. Not many flights would be completed really. Many seats sold for two New Year's parties. Yeah, I could believe that they did quite a few of them events. Okay, we don't need any cockpit flight now really. Just put them off. Yeah, it's pretty much daylight now. Sun have risen to the like. Okay, I will prepare myself a bit for the landing now and before the descent. PX, no, sorry. CPS, Concorde Performance System, have said to me that I can expect a landing speed of 154, threshold target of 1. That will give us a URF plus 30 would be 184. This is just a calculated landing weight, which should be 99.6. I reckon it would be a couple of extra tons, maybe 104 tons of fuel, 102. We'll see, and I will adjust it accordingly. Now is also a good time to set the load limiter for tank 9. So when I'm doing the fuel transfer forward again, it will automatically set the correct amount of fuel in tank 9. So when I start to move fuel forward, it will start to, first of all, start to fill tank 9 to 1 ton of fuel. After that, the inlet will close here, and the inlets for 5 and 7 open, and move the remainder of the fuel in tank 11 into 5 and 7. But I can't move all the fuel in one go. That will give us a forward central gravity warning. I need to do it in steps. So I will keep a close eye on our descent. I will keep a close eye on the central gravity. Are we going to see the Canars approach? Yes, we will be doing the Canars approach. That's correct. Yeah, the VAR-13 left. Which the VAR-13 left is it's called the Canars approach. So I hope we will sit down for the landing, or the approach. It will be quite exciting. It is always exciting to land Concorde, but especially landing Concorde in Kennedy during the Canars approach. That's even more fun. Turn off the outdoor tank 11 now. Oh, Okay, 30 miles from top of descent. It's now time to go into altitude hold. I will arm the flight engineer feature, what it's called, I'm not sure. I will open up the recirculation valves. I will wait till it says like 65 and then I'll start. Oh, a bit. Make it 4 once there. So. Yeah, I heard he did it in the A380. Yeah. So I will give it a try and come. I've done it a couple of times, but in fact it's not very often you are allowed to do that, because normally the controllers will get you down to 2 to left instead for some reason. I normally ask for 1 to left. That's more fun. Okay, I will hit F2 now once. That will tell the flight engineer to throttle back to 18 degrees on the lever angle. Airspeed is decreasing. I can now start to move fuel forward. And again, I need to keep a close eye on the center of gravity here, because during the deceleration and descent, the movement of the center of gravity will move forward rapidly. If you compare it to the center of gravity movement off when you are accelerating. Once we reach 360 knots here, I will press altitude acquire. It will start, that will make the autopilot go into shallow descent. Then once I reach 350 knots, I will do a bit of pitch hold on the autopilot in order to maintain my target speed for descent, which is 350. And you can see already now the center of gravity moved forward to 58. So I will stop the transfer for a while. I need to wait till the forward and aft bugs move forward. And you can see the ground speed is dropping quite rapidly as well as the Mach number. So getting closer to 360 knots, altitude acquired. Oh, I forgot to set the engine flight rating back to 9. Getting closer to 350 knots, so go into pitch hold. Pitch down. I mean, it's only a matter of small inputs in order to change both the descent rate, but especially the airspeed. I'm more interested in the airspeed than the actual descent rate. The main focus now is to move fuel forward and also to maintain 350 knots indicator airspeed throughout the descent. Then once I'm subsonic again, it's more important with the vertical speed. Then I will revert to vertical speed and engage the auto throttles to, I will command the auto throttle to maintain 350 knots instead. But now it's just a matter of keeping 350 knots. In the earlier releases of this concorde-x, I was able to, once I reached 350 knots, as the tutorial suggests anyhow, I was able to click IS hold, and it would keep 350 knots. Now this latest version for Prepare, well, not the latest, this is like the almost latest version. It's not very good in maintaining the speed that I selected with the IS hold here. It tends to drop below, and then it pitched down too much. The airspeed will go way beyond 350 knots. So therefore I'm in pitch hold. once we get to 350 knots, sorry, Mach 1.5, the flight engineer will help me reduce the throttles to 32 degrees. And that will reduce the airspeed quite a lot. So I need to be focused on that moment in order to keep 350 knots. There you go. Throttle's shutting down even more. I need to pitch down a couple of more degrees in order to prevent the airspeed to drop, because I want to keep 350 knots throughout the descent. I can now start to move fuel forward again. You can see the forward bugs are now moving forward, of course. And you see, as soon as the flight engineer closes the throttles even more, the vertical speed or the descent rate increased quite a lot. I think I should be able to go into IS hold now once we slow down a bit more on the Mach number. I will give it a the inlets for now. Sorry, I need to concentrate on well, tank 9 have filled to 1 tons now, so the inlets have closed for tank 9, and the inlets for 5 and 7 are closed or open, sorry. So I need to start the pumps again in order to keep moving fuel into the NGV tanks. We'll continue descent to, let's say 14,000 feet. Shouldn't be any traffic nearby. We are also getting closer to Mach 1 now. So again, in order to stay ahead of the game, I will reset the cabin altitude to ground level. So we're getting closer to Mach 1 now, as you can see. Now got hold of Kennedy. We want to go into Mach 4 now in order to maintain Mach line at 5 for now. We have passed through the speed of sound again. We're back to subsonic, so I turn on the static heaters. I will set the throttle masters to the other selection. I will oops. All this, the ice, the mist stuff. actually open IS acquired now. Okay, Dave and G3, take care, and thanks for watching. Okay, I need to use my descent right here, otherwise we'll end up at a low level for a very long time before doing our approach, so no need for that. Rush our descent. Decreasing at 2000 feet seems right. Let's do the Mach 1 checklist. At Mach 1, throttles as required. Well, I've turned on all the auto throttles now and IS acquired, so that's the job of the auto throttles. Pressurization is set. I've set it back to 0, altitude 0, so the cabin should be descending. Press static heaters are on. Transparency, de-ice and demist, they are on. Throttle master switches, well, I've set that to the other selection, and it should be on main now because I start with alternate jet. When I was at Heathrow and departed, I had it on alternate for all of the flight until now, when I was subsonic again and doing the descent approach now. I moved it to the other selection, which is in this case main. And that's the deceleration and descent check complete. Next is the approach check in a little while. Well, we'll have a look on how our descent's going. We want to be at Owens at 14,000 feet. And that will give us a descent of 2,600, so I'll increase my descent a bit. I mean, following these instructions to be at Owens 14,000 feet, that won't give me a continuous descent approach. But I guess that's how they do it here in the United States. So, yeah, try to follow that. Maybe we could have a look at the fuel panel again. You can see we have now a center of gravity of 54.9. We have 3.6 tons of fuel left in tank 11, so a bit more fuel to transfer. Maybe it's time to write something on the uniform. Yeah, we're shortly on an altitude, so what I will do, I will set the altimeter, which is 3002. Oh. So, altimeter is set. Still no winds. Last look on flight radar. Yep, they are still landing 13 left, so let's go with that. We're now at Mach 0.77. let's have a look at the plate here. One thing that for sure is that the mist approach will have something to do with Deer Park, so I'll choose that frequency. And it will be a heading of 100 to intercept radial 258 to Deer Park. That's the radio. I need to know the inbound course. So 258 minus 180 is 78. Inbound course 78. Deer Park. That's our missed approach. And once we reach Deer Park, we should hold. But I will never hold at Deer Park. That's idiotic.
Altitude alert, 1,000 to go.
1,000 to go. We'll do the fire there. Good. I will stop at 14,000 for a little while. We're actually below our flight path, so I'll stop at 1,000 feet for a little. Look at that. Pretty much spot on the central gravity. Looking good, 53%. Basically every single drop of fuel have been emptied from tank 11. So I'll stop my transfer there. Off these pumps as well, because tank 5 is empty. Just a bit longer here. Kilograms. Okay. And I think we will stop the DME update. No need for that anymore. We will tune in the concorde-x VAR 112.3. We will fly an inbound course of. We should fly on radial 223, which gives us an inbound course of 043. Setting this course selector to 043. And after concorde-x, we will track 041. And once we get to concorde-x DME 2.6, it's rock and roll. Then we will, if we see the leading lights, we will continue the approach. If we don't see the leading lights, we do go around. But the weather is just fine. We got few at 8,000, broken 25,000. So not a problem at all. The minima today is just theoretically or academic. No need for any minima today, really. The weather is so good. Okay, I will start a descent to 9,000 feet and slow down to 250 knots. Oops, that is 220. I will lower my visor to give me some more drag. And it's time to buckle up the passenger. Notify the cabin that the engine ready mode in takeoff. Engine control schedule approach. I will set the secondary air doors to auto. I will shut the engine recirculation valves. and I will update my debugs. We are currently weighing 105 tons, so I reckon we will be weighing on approach, final approach, maybe 3 tons left, so let's calculate for a 102 tons land. Don't go down. So 102 tons gives us a VREF of 155, a threshold target 162, and VREF plus 30 will be 185. Normally when I fly the approaches, I try to reduce the noise, so I keep 190 knots as they used back in the days, VA, to 800 feet radio, and then reduce to the threshold target. But since this is a bit of a different approach that I don't fly too much or very often, I will once I'm capturing the localizer, I will lower the gear and the nose down to 12.5 degrees and actually fly 162 on the approach. It will generate a bit more noise, but I would like to be fully configured once doing the canards approach. 10,000 feet, I will arrest the descent just a bit. Yeah, well, 250 knots, pretty much spot on there on the descent. We passed 10,000 feet and I went to 250 knots. That was, I guess, a bit of luck. But we're still 2.7 minutes to Cameron, so basically a bit early on my descent. So I'll chill out on the descent here for a little while. Turn on some lights, I guess. Let's do the approach checklist. Cabin crew call 15 minutes. Yeah, I think we passed 15 minutes by long time. Landing briefing. I don't know. I don't do them briefings. I have other things to do. Taxi turn lights on. Radio INS. I will keep them on INS for a bit longer. Seatbelt signs are on. Engine rating mode is on takeoff. Brake fans, they should have been off a long time ago. They are off. Engine recirculation valves, they are shut now. Engine control schedule is set to approach. Secondary air doors set to auto. Engine feed pumps, they are all on. Cross feed valves, they are shut. I have never touched them, to be honest. Batteries and DC split switch, that is only applicable if you're doing an autobahn. Then what you want to do is you want to split the DC system, and you left click here and split the system. But since we're doing a normal approach, really, we don't give a shit about that. Fuel weight and center of gravity checked. Well, 52.9, perfectly fine. I will leave it as it is. Weighing 104 tons, almost 105. Probably will be around 102 tons later on. We are now turning toward ASOL, so I will continue my descent very shortly. ASI bugs update. Well, they are updated. I updated to 102 tons. Seats and harnesses locked, power up, and secured. Visor and nose is down to. Visor is down and the nose is to 5 degrees. Altimeters and radio altitudes, they are all set. Should be anyhow. And the approach checklist is complete. So buckle up then. we fly the Canarsie probe. We should be at ASOL at 3,000 feet. That means we need to lose 4,000 feet. We are 5.9 minutes from there. It means a descent rate of 677 feet per minute, so I will wait a bit longer. Maybe this time is a good opportunity to write something. There we go. .8. I guess we could work a bit with the jettison here. Move some of the fuel forward. So what I'm just manually moving some of the fuel. So I'll start the jettison and open the inlets for tank 9, and that will make fuel go into. No, I'm a stupid idiot. I can't move more fuel. I need less fuel in there. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Idiot. So I will start the pumps for tank 9, open the standby inlets for 1, 2, 3 and 4. That should make fuel go into the engine B tank. Okay, let's start a shallow descent. 1,000 feet per minute. Yeah, 1,000 should be pretty good. Yeah, I didn't think clear. I need to reduce the amount of fuel in tank 9 in order to get to 53%, of course. 53%. I will close down by inlet and turn off the pump. Okay, now we're all set then, yeah. 103 tons, I will leave it as the 102. Pretty much spot on. Excellent. On the meter of the weather again, the winds are 180 degrees 4 knots, so basically no wind to take into account, so I have nothing to blame on if my landing is shit. I'm telling you that now, just so you know. I have nothing to blame. Okay, I will now switch to radio INS switch, and now you can see I have set nav radio 1 to Canarsie. I've set the inbound course 043, or what was the radial? It was radial 223, and after Canarsie, or after ASOL rather, we'll start a shallow descent to be at Canarsie 1,500 feet. Once we pass Canarsie, we will track 041 and continue descent to the MDA, which is 800 feet. And after that, it's visual to follow the lead-in lights, like touch the aqueduct racetrack and overpass the hotel, really. A very good spotting place, I believe. The hotel at the once we left the probe. See the skyline of New York. Slowing down to 230 knots now. I will arm the VUR localizer now. You can see, yeah, not yet, but sure. I need to raise my view a bit. Okay, I won't pay too much attention to this chat now. I'll keep an eye on the chart instead. Three miles from ASOL. Slowing down to 190 knots now.
Altitude alert, 1000 to go.
Okay, look, yeah, catching the VUR now, so I will lower the nose and the visor, 12.5 degrees. We have passed ASOL, so I can continue to set the altitude to 1500 feet, which is the next level that we want to aim for. So I will arrest my descent a bit. I will continue to lower to approach speed 160 knots. Okay, and for the last one,
Radio altimeters are active.
right on the ATT channel that I'm landing on. One for left. Oh, lovely. Cameron approach here. 128, 125. I'll pull them very quick. New York approach, hello, speed back concorde-3, establish viewer 13 left approach.
Here Concorde 3 Heavy, New York approach, period half an insert with 1904, runway 13 left zone.
13 left, clear to land, speed back concorde-3. Now the scenery loads, hence the lagging. Go into heading hole now. Now continue to descend 800 feet. And you can see the lead-in lights now. I'm in no hurry really to descend. We'll leave it at like a 500 feet per minute descent maybe.
One 1,000 feet radio.
Though the scenery here is very good,
100 to go.
but works for me anyway.
Feet.
Decide.
There you have it.
500 feet.
Stable.
400 feet. 300 feet. 200 feet. 100 feet. 50, 40, 30, 20, 50.
Touchdown. We stick forward gently. Not really on the center line. Quite good. And reverse. We don't need any braking here. It's quite a long runway. We should do with
100 knots.
oops.
75 knots.
Okay,
50.
welcome to John F. Kennedy. I hope you enjoy that approach. The scenery wasn't very good, to be honest. The runway, I couldn't see any
40.
poppies or vases or whatever they are called.
20 knots.
Okay, we should make a right turn on Bravo here, I believe. Viva Concorde 3 vacated, runway 13 left and turn
And
right on
3,
Bravo.
welcome to Kennedy Airport. Exit on right when able. Taxi to ground via Bravo. Have a great day, sir.
Right when able, and we're on Bravo and we're taxiing terminal 7. Viva Concorde. Okay, well the work continues really. I need to turn off the flight control inverter, turn off some of the lights, turn off all the heaters. No, not the oil. And I need to move fuel forward again. I need to to prevent Concorde tipping over while it's boarding or deboarding. I need to move fuel into tank 9, which I'm doing now. So I need to move forward 4 tons of fuel. Wait, did he say Concorde heavy? Yes, I am in fact a heavy aircraft. I think I was the one not doing it. I guess the correct way of saying things should be Speedbird Concorde 1 heavy, Speedbird Concorde 3 heavy. Sort of. Glad you enjoy the approach. As I said, it's always fun to fly that approach because you need to really concentrate. And as you saw, I really didn't need to descend very quickly. I just stay on a very, very shallow descent, like 300, 400, 500 feet per minute. And then when I try to turn on final, then I descend to more normal Concorde descent rate, which is around 8 to 1,000 feet per minute. And then once I get the call out that I'm on 50 feet radio, I turn off the auto throttles, Shift R, or I do it on my throttle. And once I'm on 15 feet, I will close the throttle. And then of course at the 15 feet call, I will also pull gently on the stick toward me to raise the pitch even more. That should result in a nice touchdown. Well, it's considered heavy, and I mean if I'm fully loaded and the maximum fuel and everything like that, I mean I weigh around 185 tons in takeoff weight. So I would say I'm pretty heavy. I'm considered heavy anyhow. Oops. And the elapsed timer is now on 3 hours and 32 minutes. So the PX calculation was quite spot on. It said 3 hours 36 minutes, and I would say that's acceptable. quite acceptable. Let's take stand by. Oh, I forgot. Let's do the off the landing check. Tire lights observed. No tire lights showing. Brake fans as required. I don't think I turned them on. No, I didn't. Well, I don't need to do that. I hardly use the brakes. I only use the reverse. Faster warning inhibit. Nose 5 degrees. Flight control reverse. All radar. Inboard engines off. Auto ignition off. Static. There. ADAS and standby heat off. Train master as required. I've turned them off. Wing intake anti-icing. I never turned them on. Transponder. Well, I can turn standby now. Can't I? Pressurization check. We should be on ground. Secondary errors. Outlook. Yep. Battery DC split. Normal. I never touched the DC split. Brake temp lights. No brake temp. Tank 9 shut down fuel 4 tons. And that's the after landing checklist complete. We'll just try to get into the stand here. Alright. We will Concorde-3 on blocks. Thanks for service. Bye bye.
Have a good day, sir. Thanks for landing. See you later.
Device comes up.
Pull up. Pull up.
The ground power. Sorry. Let's see what Phoenix gave me for landing rate. Normally when landing on here and on Heathrow, it gives me a ridiculous landing. Oh, let me grab a screenshot of this. This is fucking weird. What? I guess it's not true. See if that works. Pull up. Yeah. Apparently believes it's VTOL capability. Look on that landing rate. For some reason, Phoenix almost always gives me that rating when flying into Kennedy and Heathrow, but not when I'm on default sceneries. Not sure why it does like that. It does. But I'm quite confident it wasn't 4,000 feet. It's just a matter of turning everything off. this will be a completely cold and dark aircraft. No turnaround status, things like. Yeah, I believe. Well, it's getting darker here as well. Oh, it's getting late here as well. It's 10:30 p.m. here. Fortunately. Yeah. Well, I hope you enjoyed the little flight there. It was good fun. It was nice that it was once we left for landing. And thanks for tuning in. I'll see you another time. Good night, everyone. Bye bye.